Hi, it's Friday. It's time for some more streaming. Hello. Hi. I'm going to do a little bit more work on my WebAssembly interpreter. I'm doing this to have fun and to demystify WebAssembly and to share how I work on stuff. Um, my priorities in working on this, as I'm reminding myself every single time, are to have fun more than to make something that is fully working, to write code that's correct without worrying too much about whether it's fast, to write code that's clear without worrying too much about whether it's clever. I'm trying to do it in pure Ruby. I'm trying to do it with no dependencies. That's the plan. So a brief retro before I get back into working on the code. I'm very happy about the maths triumph from last time. Chris suggested using the exponent of the float, using the sign of the float as part of the exponent, so that we didn't need conditionals for deciding whether to multiply or divide by the exponent. That all worked out really well. So I'm really glad that worked. I'm very glad for Chris's suggestion. I'm glad we've now got a straightforward expression for constructing a float. That's great. And yeah, I just wanted to, I wanted to point out that that's exactly the sort of thing that I'm going for. That's what I want to be. It's that kind of principled approach that I was hoping to be able to take here. So to have something just shake out that just kind of, after all of this kind of peak of complexity, to have it all just boil down to just a straightforward expression was very satisfying. So I'm happy about that. In terms of progress, we've sort of finally moved off, partly moved away from floats, and have moved on to implementing the memory. So the memory implementation is partly working, at least to the point where the float memory.wast tests are passing, which I think is probably good enough for now. It is a shame that the various, we're still trying to get that float expressions .wast test passing, and that depends on several features that aren't implemented yet. And it's a shame that, as discovered last time, that both the memory.wast file and the local get and set wast files and the brif wast were all a little bit intimidating and interdependent, and all sort of depended on features that I haven't implemented yet. So that was a little bit of a shame. I mean, I think getting any of those features like fully working right now is likely to be a bit of a slog. So I think I'm going to continue in this vein of I've implemented just about enough of memory to be able to keep going with the float expression stuff. And I think I'd like to do the same with these other features that have cropped up. It makes me think that maybe I should have some kind of dependency graph of which tests depend upon the features introduced by which others, but I don't have that dependency graph. So, maybe I should make it. Maybe it's fine that I don't have it. Maybe it's not important to have that dependency graph. It's just that so far, because I'm sort of relatively early in the process of implementing this, it hasn't been too much trouble to just sort of just try stuff, just kind of rummage around in those executable specifications and just see what works. I don't know if at some point that's going to become impractical. I feel like I sort of got lucky at the beginning that there were those i32 and i64 and f32 and f64 and things that were sort of fairly self-contained in terms of what features they needed. But I'm sort of worried I might be slightly running out of runway on that one, because Yeah, because even this float expressions thing actually depends on lots of other features. So it might be that I, either on the stream or between streams, I might need to spend some time just sort of auditing the tests that exist, so that I can get a better sense of like, well, where would be a good place to start next, basically. So here we go. This is the computer now. So where were we? So I think that where we got to was that the float memory.was tests were all passing. So a particular subset of, let me open Chrome, it's called. Memory. So a certain subset of the memory features were being used here, specifically this, the single, I don't know what it is, instruction at the top level of a module that just says, give me a memory containing the bytes from this string. And that's all working now, so that's great. However, well, I think there's a couple of problems. One of them is that there are memory features that we haven't implemented yet. So although I've got a basic implementation of memory that has got this sort of load instruction and this store instruction, and got this got the ability to initialize the memory. I mean, this is just a different way of initializing the memory, so it's maybe not a huge deal, but like, I can't do this at the moment. So I think this test was failing. This float express.wast, if I run ruby minus I dot hasmina.rb spec test core. Yeah, so that's the problem. That's where we've got to. We don't have any support for this. This is just memory, minimum size 1 page, maximum size 1 page, where a page is 65,535, I think, bytes. Yes. So this is basically easy to implement. We've already got F32 store, F32 load, so that's all dealt with now. So that's great. What we don't have support for is locals inside function definitions, and we definitely don't have support for this control flows stuff. So here there's block, there's loop, br if. When I saw this before, I think I suggested it might be break, but I think it's more on second viewing, it's fairly obvious that this is branch, right? But this is the top of a loop, and then this is a thing that's like branch if. So this is a conditional branch to this. I guess this is a label, this symbol. Or, I'm not quite sure what makes this a loop. And this, what's the difference between a loop and a block? I don't know. Could I have branched if to exit here? Anyway, yeah, I haven't implemented any of that. I think that might be it. I mean, I don't know. This file is very long, so it's a little bit difficult to tell. Oh yeah, look, there's conditionals in here. So that's another thing. Conditionals. Is there a if.wast? And if so, how difficult is this going to be? So this has got memory, but that's fine. We've implemented that. I mean, this looks kind of hopeful. Oh, it's got call. I don't know what that is. Oh, okay. So there's another instruction here in the if test that that we don't have yet. Maybe call would be something to look at though. Like maybe this is low level enough. Yeah, this looks. Oh, this has got conditionals in it. Okay, well, again, there's a bit of a chicken and egg situation here. So anyway, I'm just going down the rabbit hole again. So I think I'm gonna try to avoid that. I think I'm gonna accept that. Yeah, I think what I'm saying here is that my plan of work is to just keep powering through this file and just do the most superficial implementation of the whatever unimplemented stuff I meet. I will just do the most superficial implementation of it possible. This is an unreachable instruction. Maybe that just raises an exception or something. Yeah, so I think the reason I'm doing this scanning through now is just to get a sense of like whether I'm going to regret that. We don't support this at the moment, but that seems fairly easy to do. We just have to be able to have multiple strings come after the data. Yeah, I mean, looking at this now, it doesn't look too frightening. Local.t. I don't know what that does. Block loop. Branch if. Local set. Local get. So this all seems to be sort of more of the same as far as I can tell. So yeah, I can't see anything that really worries me in here. So, I mean, at least for now, that's the plan. It's to carry on with this and try and get this working. At the same time, as is traditional, I spent a bit of time reading through the code I wrote last time, and then that's spawned some new suggestions. Oh yeah, this was the main one. That last time I was bemoaning the fact that strings only let you access them by character offset, not by byte offset, which is very inconvenient because we're using strings to represent arrays of bytes. I mean, I may yet, I can always change my mind about that and decide to use an actual array, but so far we're just kind of winging it with strings. But there isn't any way to index into one of these by a byte offset, is what I said last time. But that's not true. I mean, we've already seen that it's not true because the pack and unpack actually take an offset, and I think that must be in bytes. String unpack 1 offset. Yes, skipping the specified amount of bytes. So there is a little bit of support for that. And yeah, pack. Oh yeah, I guess this is the problem, is that although when we unpack stuff from bytes here is a string, we can provide an offset. When we're trying to set stuff, and this is a thing that was true at the end of last stream, when we're trying to set bytes in this string, the only way that I could think of to be able to do that was to force the encoding of this string to be ASCII 8-bit, so it's 1 byte per character. Then we can use a character offset here and it'll have the same meaning as a byte offset for that specific encoding. And then we force the encoding back to what it was before. And I did have a thing here saying don't hard code encoding UTF-8. That's because I was thinking there's no need for us to specify what the original encoding of the string was, because we can just ask for it. So that's what that to do was. But I'm just going to park that for now, because I, again, either remembered or discovered, I can't remember which, that string has actually got methods for manipulating bytes inside it, and I just forgotten or didn't know that they exist. But if I just searched for byte, I would have found get byte and set byte. So you can just ask for individual bytes from the string, and you can also set individual bytes from the string, which is really good. That's what we need. So I think I'm going to spend a little bit of time looking at this. I think I want to, at the very least, sort of investigate the practicality of using these. And yeah, sort of see if I can re-implement what I've already got here. But instead of using pack and unpack, which I've sort of made my peace with, although I don't love the format strings, I think it's okay to use them, for what they're supposed to be used for. But I just think if I can have a low-level interface that's just reading and writing bytes from the string, that feels better to me. Feels like I've got full control over what goes in and out of the string. And yeah, I won't have to mess around. This is the thing that I really dislike, is having to mess around with the strings encoding. Like, I would really like to be able to just manipulate the bytes in the string directly, which is what byte get and byte set allow me to do. So I think that that's what I'm going to do. The other thing I had here was move, load, and store onto memory, which I would also like to do, because if nothing else, this code is copied and pasted into two places, because the implementation for integers is the same as the integer for the implementation for floats. So at the very least, this needs to be sort of dried out, and I think I can do that by just I've got a memory class here. Well, if I do this, well, I don't need to do that just to move the. I'm also thinking that page size should move into it as well, so that's why I'm. In fact, maybe that's the easiest possible thing to do, right? Is, page size could live inside there. Let's just do that. Okay. Yes, you're right. That's not how that works. So this wasn't actually on my to-do list, but I had this in mind. It was like move page size constant into memory class. Yeah, so let's do this is just a warm-up. Because as usual, I feel like I made a bit of a mess last time. I was just charging through, trying to get the test passing, not really thinking about what I was doing or why. I think it would be nice if it was tidied up a little bit. So this is store. So what I would want to do here is just call memory store. Just trying to think what value offset. What do I actually need to know? Oh, bits. I'm trying to decide whether value should be a... Does it make sense for value to be a keyword argument here, or is it better if it's just a positional argument like that? It's the value that is being stored, and then these are kind of metadata, sort of. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. So what would that look like? So what was that value offset bits? Oh, I lost the contents of my buffer because I deleted that colon. Fortunately, I've got another one. Memory.store value offset bits. So I can get rid of all of these. Does that work? Yes. I might as well do this at the same time. So that's memory.load offset. Maybe I mean, I don't know what I'm basing this decision on. Oh, I guess this needs to know the bits as well. But that's... I can't tell whether I want this to be a keyword argument or not. I can't decide. Yeah, I should probably develop some kind of, philosophy for how I feel about keyword arguments, but I clearly don't have one. I mean, maybe there's something nice about... Oh, I don't know. I'll just make them all keywords for now, and then I can think about that later. So again, this is just bytes. So what have I done? Load and store there. Load, store. Offset value. What's the problem there? Bytes unpack one, format, offset value. Oh, it's because the code in here. Yeah, okay. I should, because I renamed that. Okay. Silly mistake. Okay. Okay, well that's easy enough. So let's say extract memory, load, and store. I don't think there's anything interesting to say about that. Oh, maybe I'll. I'm not sure whether value should be a keyword argument or not, because I don't really have a system for this. While I was working on this, I noticed that mask has a positional argument and a single keyword argument bits. So something's inconsistent here, but at the moment I'm not clear. I'm not sure which I prefer, so I'm just going to leave it for now. Right. So this was... So that's just tidying up. Like I said, what I would really like would be to be able to use, what is it? Byte get and byte set. Is that even what they're called? No, that's why I had a little bit of confusion when I was trying to find them in the list before. I was like, why aren't they where I thought they were? And the answer is because they're not called that. They're called get byte and set byte. So if I could just... I'm just trying to think about what this would entail. Because what that would mean is that I'm not really ready to do it, am I? Because at the moment I'm stuck with pack and unpack. So I sort of want to try and rethink so what I'm going to need to do here is read all the bytes. So however many bits, bits divided by 8. Okay. Is it bits divided by 8? Oh no, it's that old. It's the same thing as the mysterious -1 + 1 business. This. Oh, actually, before I start messing around with this, why don't I... Because this is also... I think this should just be a method on memory. So this should be like memory equals memory. I mean, so far I've just been calling all of my factories for. So it would be like this. So let's do that while I'm here. So how does this work? Oh, parse string lives somewhere else. I think I'm going to push the parsing bit back out to the interpreter. So let's say that, because that's not a memory type concern really. So assuming this string has already been parsed, so the quotes have been stripped off and the character escapes have been performed. Yeah, this is the mysterious nonsense with the +1 and -1. Then we generate all of the 0 bytes, and then all of this is just new bytes. Okay, so does that work? Okay, so now I've at least got all of my, I managed to remove some of the namespacing here. And now all of my sort of memory related code is all in the same place, so that's good. Extract memory 4. Maybe I need more than one kind of factory, but this is the only one. I need right now. Oh yeah, so this is also just using square brackets equals, but the offset's 0. So in that specific case, I'm not so worried about the string encoding and how many characters versus how many bytes we are into the string, because 0 is always valid for both bytes and characters. Yeah, the thing that I was about to start writing, length in bytes is bits divided by 8, but that's not right, because it's this business again. It's like, well, right. Well, I mean, I guess actually I'm being overly cautious, because in this case, bits is always going to be a multiple of 8, isn't it? So that is actually okay. I was just thinking in general. I mean, I'm probably not going to support this in general. Yeah, I'm just trying to think about what I want to do here. It feels like it's too speculative to be able to support reading like an arbitrary number of bits. Should I be able to read 13 bits from memory at like a byte offset? Like, not really. So this is probably okay. But it did remind me of this to-do list item. Well, okay, so I've done this: move, load, and store onto memory. Clarify the mysterious business. So, okay, I can think of 2 ways of clarifying that. What we're really asking for here is it's sort of a units conversion. Like, this is a number of bytes, and we want to know it in a number of pages. So really, yeah, it's called size in pages. So this should be like size of value in. Yeah, somehow it's more obvious to me that value should be a positional argument here, I guess, because it's like size of value. And then it's going to be value minus 1 divided by, I probably can't have a local variable called in because it's a keyword. Units. Hold on, what would this look like at the call site? Size in pages equals string size of string byte size in page size. Yeah, it's like in, chunks of, but I really like being able to call it in. Well, okay. I don't know a good way to do this in Ruby, so I'll just do, that's obviously a bit of a hack, but I'll do the trick. So size of string byte size in page size. It's like in units of page size. that's a commit, isn't it? And then the thing I would like to do is to clarify it, because I think that this does look very mysterious. How do I clarify it though? Well, the whole motivation behind this, or this business here, is the reason we subtract 1 and then do the division and then add 1 on again is to account for the case where value is an exact multiple of in. Because if value was 300 and in was 100, we want the answer to be 3, not 4. But if it's 299, we also want it to be 3. So the idea of subtracting 1 from the value is basically to prevent it. Yeah, it feels very contrived. And this really doesn't have to be 1. This could be, well, yeah, it does have to be 1. Because if it wasn't, then larger values would have the wrong answer. But just talking through that now makes me realize that I think a more explicable way of doing the same thing is to actually do the division. So if I get the quotient and the remainder, value div mod quargs fetch in. So now I've basically got the answer. The answer is basically quotient. Well, the answer is basically quotient plus 1. If value is 99 and in is 100, then 99 divided, the quotient of 99 and 100 is 0. So I have to add 1 to sort of make it be rounding up rather than rounding down, essentially, so that it's telling me how many chunks of 100 do I need to fit my 99 in. So I do need to add 1 to it, except in the case where there was a 0 remainder. So I think I'll just say if remainder is 0, then we just return the quotient, else we return quotient plus 1. I think that's less mysterious. So basically, if it turns out that value was an exact multiple of this in argument, then it is literally just the quotient. Otherwise, we're adding 1 to account for the fact that there's some leftover, that there is some remainder. And so we need another chunk to accommodate the remainder. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Say re-implement memory size of to be less. To be clearer. What we really care about is the edge case where value is an exact multiple of in, and this implementation makes that far more explicit, because that's what it actually checks for. Okay. All right. So I've done this. So now that I've done that, I can think about, I'm not gonna have it in here, am I? If I did have it, I think it's kind of nice for me to say size of, like, basically when I'm doing these unit conversions, like I've got a certain number of bits, what what is that in 8? Bits per byte. I know that's not going to change, but that's why it's a constant. It's just so that I don't have to stick a magic number in here. So I haven't been articulate about this. What I'm thinking is that the problem is we can only fetch a byte at a time with getByte. So what I need to do is get the right number of consecutive bytes. So that's sort of 0 up to, but not including 4 or 8. In fact, I can just do size of times, because that, 10 times just gives me 0 up to 9. So 0 up to 3 or 0 up to 7 are the sort of the byte offsets. Oh, they're actually not the offsets, they're the indexes, but that's okay because we can just add them to the index. Let me do this. Indexes. I'll probably be able to stick all of these together into just like a functional, one big long functional programming train wreck, but I'm just going to think it through. So that gives me if I want to get 4 consecutive bytes, oh, and then I can say indexes, well, so it's like byte values equals indexes dot map, and then it's just bytes, which is the string, and then I can call getByte. This probably deserves a name, doesn't it? So starting at the offset, let's pull out all the bytes at that offset. And then what do I want to do? Well, if my 4 bytes are like, so this is index 0, index 1, index 2, index 3, sort of ignoring the offset because that's dealt with now. That's we don't need to think about the offset anymore. We've just got these 4 bytes. Now what I want is to glue these together into, so it's the least significant byte first. It's little endian. So we want this situation. If I can make these 4, and then obviously the suggestion is that, how do I do that? I don't know how to do that in Vim. That's very silly. Maybe it's okay. Anyway, imagine there are zeros there. So the point is, if I can shift each byte to the left by the right amount, which I can see now is just, so the one at index 0 shouldn't be shifted at all, should be shifted at left 0 bytes. The one at index 1 should be shifted left 1 byte, and then 2 bytes, and then 3 bytes. And then if I just OR all of them together, then that will give me in this case, a 32-bit number that's formed by splatting all of those together. So if I say like shifted byte values equals byte values, I need the indexes. So map with index. So it's value in, so it's just byte shifted left by index times bits per byte. So that gives me these 4 shifted values. And then the answer is just shifted byte values, inject 0, and then use OR, bitwise OR, to just OR all of those values together. I think that's right. So, I mean, essentially what I'm doing here is sort of manually unpacking it, I suppose, by using the string as just this raw byte store that I can fetch individual bytes from. But I sort of like that. It definitely feels more flexible. It feels like I've got more control. And also I think it's just, although I said I don't really have a problem with pack and unpack per se, I can see that when I do the equivalent implementation, well, so it's one of those places where I think the implementation for store is going to be fairly symmetrical with this. It's just going to do the opposite of what this one does, which is always nice. And I'm not going to have to mess around with the encoding, because get byte and set byte ignore the encoding. They just read and write bytes from byte offset. So I think I like this more. I haven't run the test yet, but if this works, I think I like this more just purely because it gives me the opportunity to not have to force the encoding of this thing, not even have to think about what encoding it's using, because it's irrelevant. It's just a way, probably a more efficient way than having an actual array, of just storing a bunch of bytes in memory and being able to treat it as an API that just has got these 2 methods. One of them gets you a byte and the other one sets a byte. It feels like I'm tapping into a just like nice relatively low level API for storage in memory. And that's probably more appropriate than, well, firstly having to worry about the encoding of this string all the time, and then secondly having to have all this sort of slightly cryptic junk around. Well, and also I suppose the thing I like about this is that it makes the fact that it's little endian is sort of made manifest in this calculation that I'm doing here in a way that it's not really manifest in here, apart from if you go and look up what L less than means. But I think, little endian encoding is actually pretty neat here, because it's like, well, we just have to shift each byte by its index. So that's cool. I always think of little endian as being inconvenient, but of course the reason why it's so popular is because it's not inconvenient. It's good, actually. And I mean, this is a good example of why. So, test. Did you mean... Oh, yeah, sorry. I remember that this was a problem. Let's make a... Was it in float that I had a... Oh, yeah, I did this, didn't I? Let's just do a... I don't know why I copied that. It would have been quicker to just type it myself. In fact, why don't I I do actually want this here because there is a mask down here. So I'll leave that I'll leave that there because I think that is actually quite useful. But what I wanted was like a size of helper, def size of well, what am I doing? Like I said, I don't think this is actually doing any work in this case because I actually don't really support like the way this works is that if you were to ask for 27 bits, you'd actually just get 32 bits. But I think conceptually it's nice to it's definitely the same kind of thing being done up here and being done here, and so I think it's just nice to use the same concept, even though here it's not really doing any heavy lifting, and in fact all of the places where it would be doing anything useful at all actually aren't supported by this method anyway, at least at the moment. So let's make this, well, let's make it private. And then here we can both extend, what's it called? Size of helper, so that it's available as the class method, and also include it so that it's available as a instance method, because that's what this is. Memory for undefined method for interpreter memory class. Oh, what did I delete? Oh, I'd already, yeah, okay. That was very strange behavior. I thought that was size of, but I guess I already cut it. Well, I can immediately tell that once again my brain is definitely not working at full capacity. It's the end of the week. I think I'm relatively low on brain juice, to be honest. But that's okay. I've worked under those conditions before, so I'll just keep powering through and see if I can get some work done. Okay. Yeah, that's the good thing about having these tests, is that I don't really have to think at all. I just have to do what they tell me to. Okay. So hold on. What am I? I'm getting a bit confused here. I'm too far down the rabbit hole. Okay. So let's not do the mask helper for now. Essentially, what I'm doing here is moving size of helper. Yes, that's it. So this is extract size of helper into a module. Yeah. So that I can also include it and make it available as a helper to instance methods too. I mean, whether I should even be mixing these things in or just, making this a module method that I can call directly on size of helper dot size of, I don't know, but this is just the most convenient in terms of making nice, easy to read code. It's like, oh, this method is just available on self, like it's very convenient. So clearly that's what I'm doing. Okay, so this is all working. how do I actually want this method to look though? Because it's a bit of a dog's dinner at the moment. I think I'm happy to just chain these together. So size of bits in times. I'm just going to deal with an interloper in the chat. What have I done previously with trailing and leading dots? Because I feel like I want to use leading dots here. You know, I want to... These are the indexes. You can see that they're indexes because when we map over them, we give them a name inside this block. Like, I like this style. I think there's slightly cryptic, like, well, what's the meaning of this? But you can immediately see what the meaning of it is by looking at the block parameter. It's like, oh, okay, those are the indexes. Okay. And then what are we going to do with them? I'll tell you what we're going to do with them. We're going to map with index. So, oh, but what are we mapping over? Oh, we're mapping over the bytes with their indexes. And then we shift it. And then what do we do with those shifted byte values? Well, we just OR them all together. I think that's okay. I mean, like I said, like I say to myself at the start of every one of these streams, I don't want to be clever for its own sake. I'm trying to be sort of clear and concise. I think this is okay. I don't think this is too smarty pants. I think you just need to read it a line at a time. The only bit that's a bit obscure is the use of times here. Times.map is not like it's not the most self-evident thing. Like, it would be nice if I could do 0 up to, but then I'd have to subtract 1 from it, which I think is less clear. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that, and you know, I might come to regret it. So what am I adding here? It's just that. So let's say re-implement memory load with string get byte. This allows us to address the underlying string as a raw array of bytes without having to worry about its encoding, which I am much more comfortable about than using a string. Well, I mean, this is sort of BS, isn't it? Because the offset, I mean, I should say here, you know, than using character indexes and messing about with encoding. Maybe this, I think as I'm writing this, I'm realizing that this message would make a lot more sense, because really it's the other one that's this one wasn't so bad. It's this one that bothers me. So I think I'll even though I would ordinarily, I would sort of work in as small a piece as possible. Maybe for the sake of being able to write a commit message that isn't unhinged, I might do both in one commit, and then at least I can explain like why I'm doing that. Because writing that explanation I was writing doesn't really make sense, because I was complaining about things that the implementation of load doesn't actually do. I mean, I suppose I could commit them the other way around. Maybe that's the best of both worlds. So what do I want to do here? So this is fundamentally, well, get byte and set byte are fundamentally different, because get byte returns a value, whereas here the point is to call. The point is the side effect of calling set byte. What order are the arguments in? Index, integer. So here I'm assuming I'm going to have offset plus index, and then I'm going to have, so there's going to be, something. This is going to need to be inside some kind of loop. Not that kind, but we're going to need to iterate this the right number of times. In fact, we're going to iterate it this many times. Oh, so like it makes more sense here. So I think this is the basic structure of it. That's like 4 times or 8 times we're going to set a byte, offset, index. And so the only question is, what is this byte here? So it's a similar kind of deal, isn't it? Because it's little endian. So if I've got this, if I've got this 32-bit number, this is index 3, 2, 1, 0. So what I want to do is shift it right by the appropriate number of bytes. So if I want to get the one at index 2, I want to shift right by 2 bytes and then mask out the bottom 8. So byte is going to be value shifted right by index times bits per byte. And then that whole thing needs to be masked to be a single byte. I think that's right. Yeah, that makes sense. So again, I haven't had to mess with any string encoding. There's a very nice, this is what I was hoping for. There's a very nice symmetry here between what we're doing to assemble the bytes into a 32-bit or a 64-bit number, and what we're doing to deconstruct a 32-bit or 64-bit number into the bytes that we're going to store. And that kind of symmetry is what I was really hoping for. And then the only thing that's less symmetrical is that this is hiding the AND that masks out each of the, well, it masks out the bottom 8 bits, whereas here, the jewel of ANDing is ORing, and here we can actually see the OR there. But that's okay. I think there's still quite a lot of pleasant symmetry. I mean, let's see if it actually works before I'm always very quick to celebrate something without actually, yeah, there we go. Oh, right. Okay. Oh, well, that's good, because I literally just did this. Okay, so this is just in the interpreter, right? So I'm hoping that if I include mask helper in here, it's a bit of a shame to split these two up. Maybe I'll put the includes before the extends. I mean, there's no rules, right? Oh yeah, okay, that's part of this. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to do some. Okay, hold on, let me just get my head straight here. Okay, so that's let's put that in the right place. I think this commit that I'm in the middle of here, I think is going to become the last one. Just worried about size of helper and bits per byte. I think basically I'm going to start this again. So yeah, let's just start over. That was okay, right, okay. This is easier to think about. I'm going to do things in order. So do the mask helper first. Right, not that. Well, in fact, not even that. It's just that. Yes. Right, fine. I believe that. Okay, so what's this? What did I say before? Extract interpreter mask into mask helper module. We also have one of these in float.rb, so we should consolidate them. Okay, so now what? Just this one. So that does need bits per byte, and it needs size of, and this is where we need mask. So it needs all of that stuff. So it's only the body of load that's going to be left in the next commit. So I'm just going to give it that temporary commit message. And then this one, I'm also going to give that temporary commit message. So this one is actually store and set. This allows us to address the underlying string as a raw array of bytes without having to worry about its encoding, which I'm much more comfortable than using character indexes and messing about with encoding. It's also nice to be spared the details of the pack. Cryptic pack format strings and express the little endianness of the memory more directly. Okay, so this one is, let's say this implementation is nicely symmetric with memory store, since it's getting individual bytes from the underlying, setting them and the assembly of those bytes into a larger value again makes the little endianness clearer. I mean, I don't need to label this, do I? Maybe I'm too late for that. Okay, I think that's nice. I mean, I've been going for over an hour and I haven't made any actual progress yet. I've just been faffing about, but do I still have UTF-8 somewhere? Yeah. I'm not sure. I think that's a separate issue. I think for now, I've done a decent job of cleaning up what's available on memory here. Wow, there is lots of spam in the chat. I don't think there's ever going to be a good time for me to sort out these helpers, so I'm just going to do it now, because otherwise they're just going to live here forever. Oh, it occurs to me that this I could and should have made that private as well, actually, because again, it's not intended to be part of the public API. Yeah, okay. Where did I do that? It was here. So those were the rewrites of the load and store. Yes, I think I'm just going to move those out into a separate. Just looking at this, it actually kind of bugs me that this is bits per byte and this is really bytes per page. So let's just do that. I like that more. Okay. Rename memory page size to bytes per page. This matches up nicely with bits per byte. Okay, yeah, I was just gonna, this is just a chore, but I'm just gonna move these helpers out. And let's do the same. Well, while I've got them in my buffer, I'll paste them. I suppose that the helper bit is somewhat surplus to requirements now. So helper's mask, helper's size of. Here I can get rid of the mask helper and require helpers. Where was mask helper? It was down here. Oh, all of these. Okay. Okay. And then likewise here. And then I mean, this is something I should have done a long time ago because I need a mechanism in general to share to share fiddly things like this, you know, for doing a Boolean manipulation or whatever. Am I still using big decimal? Why is that still there? I feel like that shouldn't be there. I'd forgotten that was there, but I missed it. Okay. Okay, great. So what is this? Okay, yeah. Extract, mask helper, and sign helper into helpers.rb, basically. I don't know that there's anything more to say about that, really. I think I had a to-do for that, actually. Deduplicate mask helper. Yeah, so I've done that now. While I'm in here, let's get rid of big decimal. When does that... Wow. Yeah, so this was over a week ago was the last time that I used big decimal. Right, this is when I switched to... Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, this was when I was wiring my float implementation into the interpreter that was otherwise still had all of this parsing logic in it, when it could have just been using encode. Yeah, okay, all right. Use big decimal instead of rational. Oh, things have changed since then. My sweet summer child. Let's just check, but I don't think anyone cares about big decimal anymore. Yeah. Remove unused big decimal require. That's not very clear, is it? Remove unused require big decimal. This hasn't been needed since that commit when we stopped, well, when we started using wasminer float in interpret float. Oh, apparently I failed to copy the right SHA there. Yes. Okay. So I've done this now. Use string get byte and set byte. I'll just deal with this now because that's easy enough. UTF-8. So this should be the only place. Yeah, this is now the only place that we're messing about with encodings. What's the default here? US ASCII is the default. Returns a one character string containing the character represented by the value of self according to the given encoding. Doesn't say what the default encoding is. I think it would probably be beneficial to be explicit about that. So okay, yeah, two things. Encoding equals string encoding here. Memory. So that's restore original encoding in parse string instead of hard coding. Well, let's just say that's fine. And then here, maybe it doesn't matter. It's not super important, is it? I just feel like it's a little bit clearer if we're specific about what encoding when we ask for a character, what encoding are we expecting? We definitely are expecting ASCII 8-bit. Which matches what we forced here, so I think that's slightly better. Be explicit about I'll say this is the default anyway, I think. The documentation doesn't say. Like, what happens if you give it an integer that's larger than a single byte? Okay, so what is char range then? Is it 255 by any chance? Yeah, okay. But does that mean that I can say encoding UTF-8 and it will? Yeah, okay. So it is the default. But practically it does appear to be. But it makes the code a little clearer to be explicit about the fact that we're forcing the encoding of the string so that the substituted character is compatible with it. So why aren't we just doing this in UTF-8? Is this even necessary? I think it probably is. In that memory .wast, yeah, AB. So an example like that. Let's just make another. So if my string is equal to, oh, I'm going to have to mess with this to make it a valid Ruby string. Because these will have to be literal backslashes. So if I do basically that, what happens if instead of forcing the encoding here, I ask to do this in UTF-8? I haven't thought this through. Length, well, it's byte size that I care about. Well, what are the bytes in it? Okay, and what were the bytes in this one? Yeah. Okay, well that doesn't work, does it? So even though each of the characters that we're substituting is right, yeah, I guess that does make sense. Like OXF4 like, even though this is a single byte, it's only the 7-bit characters, ASCII characters essentially, that survive UTF-8 encoding. Anything greater than 127 is going to get splattered out into two bytes. Yeah, so I think if we it's like 8, 0. Whereas I think if we had 7F here, yeah. Okay, all right. Well, that's I've convinced myself, and that should have been obvious, but I just couldn't quite think of it. Okay, so that's dealt with. I mean, I'm not very happy with this. You know, I'd rather have a different implementation. that doesn't involve. How could this work? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to get sucked into that. Okay. I think that I know I've spent an hour and a half on it, but I think that deals with my unfinished business with memory from last time. I think the fact that I've got the implementations on the memory class now and the instructions can just call into it, and we've got a sort of a consistent way of getting and setting bytes in that string that don't involve messing about with the encoding, and that we've got this sort of decent factory method that sets everything up correctly, and that I've successfully demystified this, I've got this size of thing. Like, that was all of the stuff that was really bothering me about that code I sort of hacked out last time. So I think that we're good to just move on from that now. So let us... So where had we got to in this test? Float Express. This memory 1.1, I think. Yes. Okay. Well, let's implement that. So that's alongside func. Yes, here. Okay, so we're inside a module. We're iterating over some expressions, and now we found a memory expression. Oh, we've already got... Right, okay. Of course, we've already got one here. This is for the specific case when it's got an inline data segment, but here we don't have an inline data segment. We've just got... It's interesting that these are... I don't really understand how WebAssembly is supposed to work. And part of that is that I don't really understand why is it that some places that you have numbers, that it has to be an F64 const or an I32 const instruction. And other places like this, you can just put a number there and it's fine. Like, is this supposed to be a 32-bit number or a 64-bit number? I could look in the spec, couldn't I? Text format. Instinctively checking my stream health, but haven't actually seen any math jacks yet. Memories. No, that math jacks wasn't too ruinous. Okay. Memory ID MM. U32. Where'd you get that from, Leo? Does it say that somewhere, or are you just speculating? Hello, by the way. Nice to see you on a Friday night. All right, well, you think it says that in the spec? Okay, great. I mean, this one, there's one here, isn't there? Oh yeah, you can't paste URLs. Okay. Well, you could describe in prose where it is to be found, but it's okay. I'll believe you. I don't need a citation. I'll believe you. Okay. So, in fact, I am going to need to, because of, I'm not finishing my sentences. I am going to need to know how many bits wide it is, because these are just strings at the moment. So if there's like, min size, I'm not being charged by the character. I'm allowed to type out full words. So both of these need to be minimum size. So I can't evaluate them because individual numbers are not like instructions that can be evaluated, but I can minimum size, maximum size, map. Still called interpret integer. 32. I think I am going to need a citation for it, aren't I? Because I want to link to it. Memory instructions. Okay, thank you. Yes. Offset align. Oh, interesting. This was the syntax we saw, or that I saw before. Under indices, you see that memIDX is also a U32. Oh, this is so hard to navigate. It doesn't help that search doesn't work. Let me read what you said. Under memory instructions, it's defining memarg as an offset. Yes. But where does memarg, what's the relevance of memarg? I feel like I'm looking in the wrong place for the syntax. Like, I want to find the documentation for this syntax specifically. And when I go here, when I go into modules, memories, this doesn't appear to have the documentation for that syntax. It's got some, it explains some abbreviations. Memory definitions combined a symbolic memory identifier. Limits. I think this is the relevant bit, isn't it? Limits. N and M are both U32s. So I think this is the relevant bit, but quite where this is plugged into the grammar of... Oh, what a shit show. Anyway. I'm pretty sure it's this. But maybe I'm just looking in the wrong place. Like, this isn't an instruction, is it? It's part of the module, like declaration syntax. Truly, truly baffling. Oh, hold on. Maybe this is it. The syntax for exports mirrors that abstract syntax directly. So maybe the word that I'm searching for here is exports. Like, the things inside a module are exports. Are they? Maybe not. Okay, well, I'm giving up on that. I'm just gonna. This is good enough for the purposes of my commit message. Okay, so let's at least see if this works. I don't know what memIDX is, Leo. It doesn't mean anything to me. I assume that it's, well, I mean, I don't know. Okay, something else. All right. Oh, right. Okay. I'm just gonna stop listening. Oh, and the export syntax. Yeah. Well, I think maybe it's like an identifier for the memory that's being exported. But what does that mean? Anyway, this is trying to read this is a recipe for frustration. I don't know what you're talking about because there's only one. Anyway, let's move on from it. Otherwise, the WebAssembly spec is gonna win. What is it? Flow Expras is what I'm trying to get working. Okay, 1-1. That is correct. And those are manifestly not strings. So that was what I wanted. Now what? Oh, I've got to make a memory. Okay. Memory. Oh, see, I don't have a factory for this. For now, I'm going to bodge it in and just make. Oh no, this is going to be a nightmare. Okay, let's. I don't know what to call this. I think maybe my existing factory being called 4 is gonna, now this is, I'm gonna need to bifurcate my factories, aren't I? Because I need a different one here. So this one should be maybe from string, and this one should be like from. Although it does make me realize maybe this should just be an instance method that allows you to sort of copy a string into it, but limits, minimum size, and then I think maximum size is supposed to be optional, but these aren't very good names for these factories, but I'll just trying to get through the day, man. So these sizes are in pages. So I think I'm just going to say bytes equals 0 byte times size in pages times bytes per page. Like, I think that's fine. I don't know how one grows a memory. Oh, probably by calling memory.grow, I would imagine. Grows memory by a given delta, operate in units of page size. So yeah, I'm just gonna I'm going to ignore the maximum size for now, basically. I don't think that's relevant until I implement these things. I assume there's going to be a test somewhere that checks that the maximum size of a memory is respected, but right now, I'm just going to ignore it. Okay, so what have I done? Well, let's run the test and see what happens. Yes, well, that's a very good point. Right. So is this a local in a function definition? Yes, it's this. Local I32. Actually, I previously assumed that this was part of a function definition, but is it? Anyway, that's the next problem. What did I do wrong there? I think I deleted that end, which is very silly. Okay, rename memory 4 to memory from string so that I can add another factory for creating a blank memory with minimum and maximum size. It's possible that we should only have one factory and then implement some instance methods for things like copying a string into the memory, but I'll come back and clean this API up once the tests are passing. So now I've got this. Okay, so implement memory 1, 1, and similar. Oh yeah, this is what all that hard work was for. The spec is I can't find the exact part of the spec that confirms this, but the syntax of limits suggests very strongly that the minimum and maximum sizes are unsigned 32-bit integers. At the moment, I'm just ignoring the maximum size on the assumption that I'll need to pay attention to it during for the memory.grow tests. Why doesn't this link to anything? Maybe it's in execution. There are some things I really like about this spec. I really like the rigor of it, but the way that it's been organized is almost unbearable. I mean, it's I suppose I should defend them. This spec has been intentionally shattered into a billion tiny pieces by separating it into these different, into structure, validation, execution, and then these separate binary and text formats. which does make sense. I understand why they've done it in that way, particularly given that these essentially these constitute separate passes of the implementation. I mean, the structure is the parser bit. I haven't done I haven't done the validation yet. I'm going to have to get to that at some point. That's like type checking essentially. Things that are not just checking straightforward grammatical properties of the program, but actually sort of richer structural properties, like making sure that the types match up. And then execution is what happens at actual runtime. So I sort of understand why they've done it, but it just makes it so hard to navigate. And the MathJax is a real confounding factor as well. What was I looking for? Memory grow. I just wanted to add a citation to... Is that the best I can... Is that the best kind of link I can do? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, unfortunately it is. Okay. Yes, so the thing I was curious about was... I mean, I don't even know if this is a meaningful distinction, but up until now, we've only seen functions that have a single expression in their body, but I've definitely seen ones that have multiple expressions, and I assume the idea is that you just evaluate all of them. Right, like this one, for example. So what I'm wondering is... Because in the code here, I'm sort of making this naughty assumption that whenever there's an S expression that starts with this func atom, then the very last item in that array is the body of the function, which is obviously not true. You can see in a situation like this, the body starts somewhere in the middle here. What I'm trying to say is this local bit part of the sort of the metadata about the function, like the parameters and the name that it's being exported under, or are these actually, should these be part of the execution? Should these be part of the body of the function and they get executed when the function is invoked? Now, the syntax highlighting that GitHub is providing very strongly suggests that these belong syntactically with the other metadata about the function and that the body of the function begins here. But am I now so desperate that I'm going to start basing implementation decisions on GitHub's syntax highlighting? I mean, the worrying thing is that the answer may be yes, but let's just see. Modules, functions. I think this is going to be exactly as helpful as it usually is. Okay, no, I have maligned it unfairly because this does actually directly answer my question. Function definitions can bind a symbolic identifier and local identifiers for its parameters and locals. So we do indeed have func ID I mean, this, not very clear what's going on here. This doesn't appear to mention anything about the export. Like, unless that's... Like, where are the parameters in this? This is just... It literally says parameters and locals here. So where is the param? Where has param gone? Local is literally, is this production. So it's the, so I mean, it's answered my question. All of these here are part of this. I should be consuming them in this loop here, I think is the point. But just very, very baffling. Like, it makes me feel like I'm losing my mind. Because you never see the thing that you're expecting to see. Like, why is this not the entry point for seeing what the syntax of a function definition is? Sorry, this is just getting a. I know I shouldn't be. I don't mean to be negative. It's just very frustrating trying to read and understand this when it's so cryptic. And it seems unnecessary. I'm sure there's something obvious I'm overlooking here. Maybe there's one of these abbreviations. I don't really know what to. Oh, a type use is a reference to. Okay, right. Okay, well that explains it then. It wasn't. This is very strange that the parameters are part of this thing called a type use. A type use is a reference to a type definition. It may optionally be augmented by explicit inlined parameter and result declarations. That allows binding symbolic identifiers to name the local indices of parameters. So that answers my question. That, of course, it's further up. That this type use here. So, yeah, I keep wanting to understand whether these are in the right order. Export. That's not part of this. Yeah, I still don't really know what exports are. Okay, I'm just gonna have to ignore exports because again they don't show up at all in this grammar. But then this does suggest that we get the params as part of the type use, and then we get the result type. So the sort of 0 or more parameters, and then 0 or more result types. Goodness knows what multiple result types means. And then you get the locals. So if I'm going to implement this, I should have like in, not that the order here matters as far as Ruby's concerned. Well, it does matter, but in this case it doesn't because these patterns are all disjoint. So really, I could really put these in whatever order I want, but I want them to be in an order that makes sense. I was, just as an aside, one of the things I nearly put on my to-do list but didn't was to change this code so that it, because at the moment this is too liberal. This will just iterate over all of these expressions, regardless of the order that they're in. And one of the things I was going to say was I should change this so that it will only, it will read the optional export, and then it will read 0 or more params, and then it will read 0 or more results, and then it will read 0 or more locals. And if it finds something unexpected in the middle of all of that, then it will raise an exception or whatever. But I didn't put that on my to-do list because it feels like it's okay for this interpreter to be liberal about that because it sits behind this validation step. So the fact that I haven't implemented this yet, like the parser I've got isn't even a parser really. It just breaks up the input and puts it in an S expression, but it's not even really trying to identify tokens beyond is this an open or closed bracket or something else. So I think either the parser or the sort of type validation should be checking these kinds of properties. And then I think it's okay for the interpreter to play a bit fast and loose with it and say like, well, it's fine. I'm just going to chew through. I mean, this is the wrong demarcation of this list of expressions. That's a separate problem. But I'm just saying once we've correctly got this list of this stuff, I think it's fine to just spin through them and then just sort of branch depending on what kind of thing it is and the previous stages of execution, the parser and the validator, are going to make sure that by the time these reach us, they can only appear in a valid order. And also, who cares if they don't? But, you know, I was trying to be principled about it, but I think that is the principle that I'm going to maintain here, which is that I'm going to try to ignore problems that belong like earlier in the execution pipeline, and this feels like one of them. It's like if someone has written their WAST file and they've put their result before their param, someone should complain about that, but not this part, not the interpreter. It should be the type checker or the parser saying like, you've written a syntactically invalid program, or you've written well, I guess it's still syntactic properties of the program that the validator is checking, basically. But you've written a grammatically invalid program, or you've got a syntax error or a type checking error. Anyway, sorry, that's too much talking, not enough typing. So what was it? What was the thing? What does it actually look like? Local $i32. Right. Okay. So that is local name, and then that's, well, I think it's actually ID, isn't it? But I'll call it name. I've called everything else name. And that's a type which I could not possibly care less about. Not sure what to do about that, but I can get a different error. No matching pattern error. Okay, so now it's complaining that we've got to block. All right, well, I think I'm going to keep going until, like, clearly this is not the right thing. I'm just not entirely sure what the right thing is. I mean, at the moment, I've got this hash of locals. Well, maybe I should just wang that in there then. Oh, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I think. Hold on. No, this is like another... That's different, isn't it? These locals are like part of the function. They're sort of part of the storage that exists when the body of the function is executing. So all of these references, well, these ones are all using IDs, but what this makes clear is that by the time the execution of the body begins, the locals are an undifferentiated soup of params and locals. And the only difference is that the params get initialized with the values of the arguments that the function is invoked with, whereas the locals are, you know, initially empty, or they contain 0 or whatever. I don't know. I think I would go mad if I tried to find the part of the specification that explained that. But they are an undifferentiated soup apart from what their initial contents are. And so I wonder, in the case where, well, maybe in this file, they're all going to be accessed by ID, and then I don't need to answer this question, but the question that occurs is, what order are they in? Because you can access locals by index, not just by name. But you can see here I do this thing where oh yeah, I was going to say that, so the parameters actually aren't in a hash, are they? They're just in an array. So, okay. I'll just do the same thing here then. I know I said I'm going to cross this bridge when I come to it, but I've now talked myself around to the idea that we need something like this. We need to remember the parameters and we need to remember the locals. And then function invocation is going to need to change a little bit, because at the moment we are just constructing the locals entirely from the parameter names, but this needs to be modified to also contain, and maybe that's the bit that I'll leave until later, you know, it needs to be modified to contain the locals, because we're going to get a, you know, the first time we try to execute the body of one of these functions that's talking about a local, it's going to say, well, I've tried to get local x0 and I can't because there ain't one, at which point I will have to go and fix up this bit of code so that instead of just zipping together the parameter names and the argument values, it also zips up the local names and a crap load of zeros or whatever. It must be 0. And merges those hashes together so that to make that undifferentiated soup of locals. So I'll do this side of it now, and then the other side of it can come when an error demands it. Mainly just because I don't want to leave that to do commenting around there. I'd rather just deal with it. So local equals struct.new name, same as parameter. I mean, these really aren't earning their place at all. There's absolutely no need for that to be a struct, but right. Unknown keyword locals. Right, that's a good point. Again, just trying desperately to maintain the order that these things are supposed to be in. Okay, so add locals to function definitions. These aren't yet used when executing the function. They'll need to be combined with the parameters to get the total set of locals for the function body. But I'm going to defer thinking about that until I have a failing test that requires it. Otherwise, I'll have no idea whether I've implemented it correctly. Okay. Next. Right. So I assume that we're here. I still haven't got line numbers, sorry. So basically I've got to implement block, haven't I? That's what it comes down to. Yeah. So it's block and then a label, and then at least in this case, a single expression that is its body, and we'll discover fairly soon, I think, if that's insufficient, if actually a block has to have, you know, multiple expressions in its body, but we'll just deal with that when we come to it. So for the first time in a while, we're actually implementing a new kind of instruction. Well, that isn't a arithmetic instruction, at least, because so far we've only got return, which I don't really know what it does. I assume this has an effect on control flow, but I've only ever seen it right at the end of a function body, so I don't know yet. And local.get, like I said, like this either looks up something in the hash if it's symbolic, or if it's numeric, it just indexes into essentially the keys of that hash, but it doesn't even bother looking at the keys, it just goes straight to the values. So block, what does the spec call that? Is it a label or is it a ID? Let's start actually calling them by their name. Control instructions. It is called a label, so let's call it a label. And then in this case, we've got body. I mean, why don't I just implement it by recursively evaluating the body? I mean, that seems totally fine. What could go wrong? Loop. Same deal. So again, block, label. I assume this is optional. Block type. I mean, aren't these all optional? Oh yeah, look, there are 0 or more instructions inside a block. So this body should actually be instruction splat. Oh yeah, right. Okay, so block type, the one of the two, you know, this production here has got a tiny question mark, so that can just be empty. Okay, so what are the semantics of these then? I'm not sure what the difference between a block and a loop is, given that a loop has this branch if. Like, what makes this a loop if you have to, you know, there's no condition that's being tested at the top here. And I assume that if this test fails, then execution just falls off the bottom of this loop. So I'm not sure I understand the semantic distinction between blocks and loops at this stage. Control, let's see, blocks. Yeah, this is all talking about labels and stuff. Execution of a loop falls off the end unless a backwards branch is performed explicitly. Right, that's what I thought. So entering the sequence of instructions with label L, push the label to the stack, jump to the start of the instruction sequence. Exiting. Pop the values from the stack. The label is now on the top of the stack. Pop the label from the stack. Jump to the position after the end of the structured control instruction associated with the label L. Okay, so I mean, it sounds like a block just executes all the way through. I'm not going to bother with pushing labels onto stacks or whatever, but like you execute all the instructions inside the block and then you fall off the end and carry on. Okay, so how's that different from a loop? Control instructions, block, loop, and if instructions are structured. They bracket nested sequence of instructions called blocks terminated with or separated by end or else pseudo instructions. Oh, not in this syntax, they don't. They must be well nested. Each instruction introduces an implicit label. I mean, branches can only be directed outwards, breaking from the block of the control instruction they target. Oh, okay, here we go. All right, so this whole paragraph is music to my ears, actually, because this is telling me what I need to know. So this is saying that... All right, so there's at least one thing that we haven't seen yet, which this says that indexing of labels is relative by nesting depth. That is, label 0 refers to the innermost structured control instruction enclosing the referring branch instruction. So what that means to me is that this thing here, instead of saying branch if $cont, could say branch if 0, and then that would refer to the enclosing block. And if it wanted to jump to this exit block, instead of using $exit, it could use 1. So there's a kind of, you know, yeah, you can sort of count out from through the nesting. So that, but this is good news that these identify, you can't jump to this from anywhere. It's only from inside this loop that you can jump out into it. And then the bit that actually answers my question is this: the exact effect of branching depends on the control construct. In the case of block, it is a forward jump, resuming execution after the matching end. So I think what that means is, although, I mean, I don't know why they've bothered to label this block because I can't see any branches to it, but I think that means that if we were to branch to exit, it would mean jump after this block. Whereas with loop, it is a backward jump to the beginning of the loop. So that makes sense. So that's the difference, is that if you target a loop with a branch, then control goes to the beginning of the body of that loop. Whereas if you target a block, control goes after the block. Okay. All right. I can do this. What's my problem? Loop. Cont. What? Why is there no matching pattern error? Is it a multiple expression body? Oh yeah, it is, isn't it? 1, 2, 3. Bother. Okay, well, let's just say instructions then. That's easy. And of course the label is also optional, so I've got a bigger problem here. Do I want to worry about that now? The answer is no. I am not going to worry about that now. I'll make this the same though. Will I? No, because I don't need that yet. Let's stick to what I need. Well, also helps if I remember how to Ruby. Evaluate no matching pattern error. Well, that looks like it might be trying to evaluate nil, because normally it tells you what it's trying to evaluate. Yes. Okay, so how's that happened? It evaluated the block, it evaluated the loop, and now it's trying to evaluate nil. Oh, that's because body. So what is this? Instructions each do evaluate instruction. Like, and then what does that return? So it's going to be each. Let's make this an array. N. N times 100. R. So I'm just thinking about what I want the return value to be here. Maybe 0. I mean, the problem is that there's not really any... There isn't really any notion of return value here because there's supposed to be a stack. And so far I've managed to model through just using Ruby stack rather than explicit, like implementing an explicit stack for these instructions to actually push and pop. So hopefully this is going to allow me to continue modeling through, but it's a concern. Okay, look. Now we've got something. So clearly returning 0 from that was fine as far as it goes. So now it's complaining it can't find $I. Is that what we would expect? Yes, because a local I gets declared up here. I would feel better if there was information about what happens, how locals are initialized. I mean, it has to be 0, doesn't it? I can't imagine what else it would be. I would feel better if I could find something specific. Well, so this at least specifies the index of the first local is the smallest index, not referencing a parameter. So that means that when I do smush them together, we just have to maintain that order. The parameters go first and then the locals, and then if there are any numeric indexes, then it'll all work out. I can't see anything about... I can't see anything about how the locals are initialized. I mean, that was quite a cursory search, but I couldn't see anything about it, so I'm just going to assume 0 for now. So, okay, what have I done? So we haven't hit that. You know, we're going to have to get to this, and we're going to have to figure out how to implement this branch, but we haven't actually got there yet. So implement the loop instruction. Both block and loop support multiple instructions in their body, but only loop needs that feature right now to execute the test we're working on. Flow express.last. Like block, loop just executes the instructions in its body. Like block, we're soon going to have to add support for branching, but we're not quite there yet. Okay, so now we need to do we need to make the locals work. I mean, it's actually quite reassuring that I've got the error that I was expecting. I'll definitely take that over, you know, it's somehow silently succeeding when I don't feel like I've done the necessary work. So we store the names of all the locals in the function definition. And then when we invoke the function, that groan was because I realized that we're invoking the function in 2 places. I think maybe I will extract the place where we're invoking the function. I believe it is this. I don't know what we need to pass that. Let's stick it here. Invoke function. What does it need? Function arguments. I think that's it. In fact, this could even be a method on the function class, couldn't it? But let's not get distracted by that concept. So it's just function and arguments. And the reason I didn't move this in there is because there's a next inside here. And I can't push that down into the function, so I'll just leave this business of finding the function. That'll just have to be duplicated, but I'm okay with that. Okay, well, firstly, has that... Oh. I don't know why Vim just froze there, but it sure did. Okay, let's temporarily retire that. That puts I just want to see that nothing's broken with that extraction, but I don't think it has. That looks fine to me. I'm convinced. So, I need to incorporate the locals from the function definition into the locals hash provided during evaluation of the body, but this code was duplicated in 2 places, so I'm consolidating that first. Okay, so now how does this work in Ruby? I assume that if I just have, locals, if this is like A is 0, B is 1, C is 2, and params is D, E, and F, then I'm assuming that if I merge, and is reverse merge just a Rails thing? Yeah, it's inactive support, isn't it? Okay. All right, so it's just as long as I merge them in the right order. So actually, that's a hash of parameters. Which come first, I think. So it's actually the opposite of what I was just doing. So locals are what does this look like? So if I've got the names of my locals, I mean, I could just do that. Is that too crap? Maybe that's fine. The temptation is to use zip, but I think that's sort of more difficult and probably harder to understand. I didn't have any choice really but to use zip here, but maybe that's fine. Function.locals map name map. Well, why don't I just do it in one? No, let's break it up. And then there's only one thing at a time. So the locals here is actually parameters merge locals, I think. Cool. So now it's complaining about local.set. So combine parameters and locals when invoking a function. These appear as a single collection of locals from the perspective of the function body, it's important that the parameters come first, because these can be referenced by index instead of identifier. May be referenced by index, not only, well, by name. We've called it name here, so I think these all need to change to be ID or identifier or whatever. Okay. So now we need to implement local.set, which should hopefully be easy. Yeah, so how's this going to work? And what's it trying to do? It's trying to set a named one. Is there a nice... my brain has gone completely blank about whether there's a nice, like, is there an analog to fetch, store? Yeah, okay. Let's do that then. I don't know if I've ever used that. So there's name and then there's value. And the value is itself an expression, right, as we'd expect. So value equals value, evaluate, value, locals. If the name starts with $, then store the value in the hash. Otherwise it's numeric. Let's take this a step at a time. Index is that. I guess I have to get the key. Oh, but it doesn't. What? Do they have to have names? Or is the name optional? Can you just have local, local, local? Well, I can't. Oh, yeah, look. Local F64, 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 F64. So ultimately, I think my plan of storing these in a hash is not going to work. We have to store like an associative array, like an array of pairs. Because the names could all be missing. I think this is going to work for the one that we're trying to get working. But it's going to work for this one because it's called I. We just got to be able to distinguish I from N and Z, so that's fine. But we are going to have a problem. And I realize now that the fact that the font color was different was meaningless because these are in red as well, but these aren't part of the... In fact, I think maybe all this is indicating is whether there's a dot in the... Looking at this is just whether there's a dot, so that actually didn't mean anything. Like you can see here, this doesn't have a dot in it. Okay, all right. Well, I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Right now, I can try to get the key. So key equals locals keys slice index. And now local store key value. Okay, actually this was fine. Maybe that's okay. It's a little bit complicated. All right, well, we'll have to come back to that when it's required. I think with any luck, we're going to hit that BR if now. No matching pattern error. Local set. Oh, I forgot to. Classic error. Right. BR if. Okay, implement the local.set instruction. I now realize that storing the locals in a hash is not going to work in general, because it's possible for some or all of them to be anonymous, e.g. I mean, I assume that this is declaring 4 locals. I think that's a sensible interpretation. Okay. But the tests are currently failing on some code where all the locals have names. So I'm not going to fix that anticipated problem until it becomes a real one. Okay, so how are we going to do this? Well, we are going to begin like this. BRF, what is it? Label condition. So that's fine. Condition is 1. Okay, well, I'm assuming that what we're looking for is for it to be non-zero. Control instructions. Right, this is, I could have just read this. This is much clearer. Let L be the label whose arity is N and whose continuation is the end of the block. Whereas here it says L be the label whose arity is M and whose continuation is the start of the loop. So that's a different way of saying the same thing that I understood before. So BRF, if C is non-zero, then execute the instruction branch L. So really, yeah, I mean, this is a conditional branch. Else do nothing. well, let's be explicit about what we're returning here. If condition is 0, then let's return 0. Else what? Well, what I am tempted to do for the time being is to use, because what I need to do is unwind the Ruby stack to get back to the point where I was trying to execute this instruction from inside the implementation of loop or the implementation of block. And so I think what I'm going to do is use throw transfers control to the end of the active catch block, waiting for tag. Raises uncaught throw error if there is no catch block for the tag. The optional second parameter supplies a return value for the catch block, which otherwise defaults to nil. Right. So catch, you can wrap a catch around any Ruby expression, and then if someone somewhere down the call stack calls throw with the same argument that you provided, then it will, so here, yeah, you can see this catch block would return nil by default. If you provide a second argument to throw, it will return that second argument. So how am I gonna make this work? Well, I can see that what I'm about to suggest is not going to work for the numeric indices version of this. But again, because here we're just trying to get it to work with labels, then what I'm going to say is throw. Oh, does this work with strings, or do they need to be literally the same object? Catch hello, throw hello world, puts, oh no's, uncaught throw. So does this need to be a symbol? Yes. Because otherwise hello is not, is it EQL? I can never get this right. Yeah. Hello object ID, hello object ID, a different object every time. Whereas if I make a symbol, same object ID. So yeah, apparently it's just the object ID that matters for the point of view of this. So here, if I throw label to sim, then with loop here, if I say catch label to sim, then this will terminate execution of the body of the loop, but then the problem is it's going to fall off the end here. So this I need to put inside an actual loop. So if all of these instructions complete without there being a throw, then I want to fall off the end of this loop. So let's make this like finished equals blah-de-blah-de-blah is nil, basically. And then we'll say break if finished. And in order for that to work, I have to put in another argument here that's like, I don't know, true. Doesn't matter. So if I throw in here, then this catch will return true. In addition to stopping evaluation, it will also return true. So then finished will be false. So we won't break. So we will continue the loop. Oh my goodness. Is this right? Let us see. Well, something happened, but it's not clear that it was the right thing. This can be pretty print. I mean, that loop did seem to run a very large number of times. And I'm not sure that that's what we expected. What did we expect? Well, it only gets invoked the once. Maybe I will also include the locals here. And why don't I temporarily... Well, why don't I copy... Yes. Spec test code float exprs.wast. Test.wast. Okay, so what is this? Line 763. So I think this is the whole thing. Okay, so what's going on? So this is saying branch if I is less than n. But it would appear that I is getting larger. We had, every time around this loop, we store a float, at the index I, how does I get such a large value? So I starts out with 0. We increment it. Four, 8, 12. Oh, so a couple of these passing. I saw some green dots in there. I wasn't expecting that. So something's working here. Oh, those are emitted by assert return, invoke check. So how many? Oh, this is mad. Green dot, green dot, green dot, green dot. Okay. So all those invocations of check work correctly. Those are just loading a float from the index of their, from the position of the argument. So this is checking that these numbers that are being written into memory are being round tripped through memory correctly. So those 4 tests are passing. Yeah, init is just f32.store, but like uncurried. So then we get into this. We evaluate I32. I was expecting I32.const32. Oh, I scrolled down too far. Okay. Okay. I32 const 16. F32 const 3. And then we start invoking the function. So we invoked it with 16 and 3. So n should be 16, z should be float 3, I is initially 0. Okay, that is indeed 3. Okay, so far this is all working correctly. Now, f32 store. So we're going to store a float. We're going to store it at index 0. And the float that we're going to store is divide whatever is currently stored there by 3. Okay. Sorry, I know this is tedious, but I think this is how I'm going to have to do it. What is going on with Vim? I haven't seen it do this before. Must be an M1 problem, M2 problem. Yeah, okay, maybe that wasn't such a smart idea. The memory is rather large. I actually wanted to see an array of bytes there. Let's take the first 16 bytes. Okay. Okay, so that's it all getting populated, and then the 4 checks run to make sure that it's been populated correctly. 15.1, 15.2, 15.3, 15.4. Now we f32.store local get I is 0. So we're going to store at position 0 in the memory the result of dividing the float that's loaded from that position by the value of z, which is 3.0. So we're going to load a float, which should be 15.1. We're going to divide it by 3. Okay, so here it's actually before this set executes, we can see that these first 4 bytes have changed. So what's 15.1 divided by 3? 5.033333. If I take those 4 bytes, turn them into characters, and join them, and then ask for that to be unpacked into a float. Right. So it's basically the right answer. It's somewhat worryingly not exactly the same answer, but this is this answer was a double, whereas this is probably the nearest. Yeah, so let's 15.1 divided by 3. Let's pack that as a single precision float. Yeah, that's the same as what we got here. Okay, so that's everything's looking good so far. So now we're setting I to I plus 4. So we're expecting I to change from 0 to 4. It didn't. Local set I. Okay, so well, hold on, we're still doing the add. I32 add, local get I32 const 4. There we go. So I is now set to 4. We're asking now if I is less than n. I is 4, n is 16. That appears to have worked. Or has it? No, I don't think it has. I think it's just gone right back to the beginning. Okay, so obviously something about what I've done here isn't right. So let's say puts catch returned finished dot inspect. Catch returned false. Did I just get the sense of this wrong? Like, is this conditional just the wrong way around? Catch will return nil. No, surely this is right. Right, no, hold on, I misunderstood. So this is all working. This is all working correctly. This is correctly resuming the loop body. This would be useful if it was. Sorry, I'm not saying very much because I'm sort of not sure what's going on. Let's see. Okay, so okay, catch return true. So we're starting all over again. So now the index is 4. So n is like the size of the memory that we're working with, right? So this is storing things at offsets 0, 4, 8, and 12, and then we're stepping through 4 at a time, and then when it hits 16, it's supposed to stop. So i's 4, i's become 8, i's 12, i's 16, catch returned, why has that happened? Okay, hold on. Right. Okay, I didn't understand. I didn't understand properly. So catch doesn't return nil. it returns the value of the the block. It's only if you throw that it returns nil, unless you provide a payload. So what I need to do oh, I'm in the wrong tab. Let's get rid of that. Okay, I just didn't understand. I mean, I guess I knew that. It's just that the words I read in the documentation coalesced into my mind into something that was not entirely untrue, but also not right. So, okay. So let's make it so that the throw doesn't, it just throws the label. Like, how can we make it totally unambiguous that there was a throw? Maybe if I do this. Maybe if I make the payload be the symbol throw. Or like branch. Yeah. I just want to, I don't want to get distracted by like what the return value of this block is. So the result is that, and then say break unless result equals branch. I think. Lots of puts in. Let's just see what that does. Oh my goodness me. It works. Okay, so what about float expras? Wow, that got a long way. That's doing a lot of them. There's a kind of expression we haven't implemented yet. Select. No one told me that there would be a select. What is a select? Execution. A value of type i32 is on the top of the stack. Pop the value from the stack. 2 more values are on the top of the stack. Pop them from the stack. If C is not 0, then push val 1, else push val 2. Oh, this is a bit clearer. I didn't realize that that this was like a sort of small step operational semantics here. So this is like conditionally picking it looks like these are the two these are the values being selected between, and then this is like the selector. So this is like a ternary, essentially. Anyway, sorry, that's a distraction because we've got something working here. I mean, I've made a bit of a dog's dinner of it. Okay. Let's inline this because that's not doing anything. I'm going to do it like this. Because all of the other ones that are sort of, again, this is making a bit of a mockery of the sort of the stack that I haven't implemented yet, but all of the other ones that are sort of imperative and side effecty, I've just stuck 0 at the end. To indicate that. So I'm going to do the same thing here. Can this go in a then? Will that work? No. I think that error is symptomatic of the loop running too long. But I don't know exactly why. I think maybe that shift left was happening. Well, I just don't know. I just don't know. Okay. I think this will do for now. So I'm going to say, well, basically implement the br if instruction. Conditional branch works by throwing a symbol so we need the enclosing loop to catch that symbol. I really can't think of more to say about that. I mean, I feel like it took me, I feel like I misunderstood quite a lot in the course of implementing that. But actually it's not that difficult. No, that's fine. I was going to put all that on one line, but I think I'm just going to leave it. Okay. I can stash all of this. I don't need this. Is it list? No, it's just a list. What is on my stash? This is what I was thinking about. Yeah, I'd sort of forgotten that I was thinking about this, but I'd already thought about that. That was when I was messing about with with incrementalizing the parser. Okay, basically the point is there's nothing important in my stash. Okay. Right. Well, this is exciting that let's just take a moment to note that the three things that I thought were blocking me were having memory and store and load implemented, having local implemented, and having control flow implemented. And now those things at least in some sense, are implemented. I don't have full implementations of any of them. I don't have support for branching with numbers. You have to use the label, and I've actually only done it with loops, haven't I? I haven't done it with block at all. Although block's going to be much easier to implement because their throw just does what we want it to do, which is terminate the execution and then carry on afterwards. So we've now got rudimentary memories. We've got rudimentary locals modulo the issue about anonymous ones, and we've got rudimentary control flow in the form of branch if and block and loop. It's really loop that's participating in that. So, but now apparently we have to get select working. So let's just carry on with that. So what type is that at? It's just like if it's 0. So these are two, val1 and val2 are like arbitrary values, presumably of the same type. But then this is always an I32 const. And then if it's non-zero, we pick the first one, and if it is 0, we pick the second one. Okay. I think I'm going to put, again, I'm going to put this up here because all of the, below this is all of the arithmetic stuff that goes on forever. So it's select, you know, almost like A and B, X and Y. This calls it val1 and val2. And then you've got the condition, essentially. So, yeah, because it talks about popping values from the stack, I think I need to evaluate both of them, and then I evaluate the condition. So actually, okay, so we evaluate all of those, and then we say if condition 0, then pick one, else pick the other. So if it's 0, we pick value 2. So it's slightly the wrong way around, but whatever. Although it does say pop value 2 from the stack and then pop value 1 from the stack. I think that's okay. I think that corresponds with the order that they're in the program. That's value 1, that's value 2, that's the condition, which is a Boolean less than. I mean, this would be a nice, you know, I'll just add this as a to-do. Add a helper for converting from WASM Booleans to Ruby Booleans. Because really, it would be nice to check that this condition was true and return value 1. I mean, I guess I could do non-zero here, but I think that's getting a little bit... I'd rather just be able to say if wasm to Ruby bool condition, then value 1, else value 2. Okay, so what happens then? Wow. Well, that seems to have worked. Now apparently there's an if in here. Did I know that? I think many hours ago I might have known that there was an if. Okay, I know I've got a commit there, but I'm excited to keep going. Oops. Well, that table takes a very long time to load. Is it a parametric instruction? Control instructions, maybe. Not, do nothing, block loop, branch, return, call. No, okay. Was this literally where I just was? No. There we go. Okay, I went to the right place. If block type instructions. So hold on, what's block type? Oh, okay. All right, look, let's just implement what they've got here. In if, well, this is result something that we don't care about. So this is the condition, I believe. And I mean, again, I really don't understand the motivation behind this design, but I'm just going to go with it. Then, consequent, else, alternative. Now, I'm sure that some of these can be in fact, I expect both of them can have multiple instructions for consequent and alternative, and probably for condition as well, because you just have to leave a Boolean on the top of the stack. So probably all three of those can be multiple expressions, but for now, let's just say, right, so this is a case where execution only happens, so this is sort of, short-circuiting basically. So we have to evaluate the condition first. Well, as before, let's just say if that is 0, then it's the alternative. Else we evaluate the consequent. So let's say or just accept using non-zero in conditionals that test them. I think that's right. If it's 0, then we do the else. Yes, of course. Okay, right. It's going so far. I mean, that's got through a whole chunk of them. What's this complaining about? Local set x f32 const. Where's this? Export, calculate. Result f32. Local. That should be okay. Local.set. I don't understand. No matching pattern error. Line 73. Oh shit. Okay. All right. Yes. This is the this was the problem I pointed out before, that this is a multi-expression body. And at the moment, I don't have a brilliant system for differentiating these. Although I guess what my brilliant system is going to be is have this eat. What I'm going to do is have this eat the body as well. Oh, God. I mean, first we're going to have to support the body being an array. Because at the moment, it ain't. If I do this, make the body an array. Oh, at least, you know, at least. I mean, I think modularity might be quite a good idea in software because I think I only need to make the change here. Like here I can do function.body.each do, call it instruction. Oops. We do care about the return value of this though. So maybe this has to be like .last to make sure that we get the last. Oh no, because that doesn't return, that's just going to return the what we're iterating over. I don't really like this. But I think we need something like that. Oh, I mean, I guess this could be a map. Is that a bit cheeky? It is a little bit cheeky. Like, this is standing in, this result thing is really standing in for like the top of the non-existent stack. And I'm just clobbering it each time around this loop and then returning it. And I think that's probably closer to what we're going to end up with, because this isn't really going to be a map. It is going to be an each that's just mutating the stack contents. So I feel like that's probably slightly more honest. So hold on. I've wrapped the body in an array, and then I'm iterating over the array. Oh, and I've also implemented select and if. Yeah, sure. I should make some commits. But what I want to know is, has that wrapping in an array? Right, I mean, that seems fine, doesn't it? So, okay. I'm overdue for some commits. No. I'm just going to be mercifully brief with these. Like I said, I think all of these are going to need to change to accommodate multiple expressions in the consequent and the alternative. But at some point, this is all going to shake out, because once we introduce the stack, it's just going to be advancing through instructions and mutating the stack. And like, I won't need to worry about, a lot of my worries at the moment are to do with pattern matching and managing what is on the Ruby stack. And once that's out of my hair, my life is going to be quite a lot easier, I think. So I'll do this in 2 stages. Let's do this one first. So let's say store function body as a list of instructions, not just one. Let's say in general, we need to support this. So it's important that our representation can store them. We need to support functions with multiple expressions in their body. Our representation supports that. I don't know what I'm saying. But now, of course, the reason for doing that in the first place is that what we actually want to do here is initialize this to be the empty array, and then we get rid of this, and then we just hope that on here we just say function.body, and then we shovel the expression onto it. So anything, we iterate through everything here, and all the things that we recognize as being part of that like function definition header thingy, we'll stick those into the appropriate slots in the function definition. But then everything else we find is just going to be sloshed into the body of the function. And like I say, as long as someone has appropriately pre-verified this to make sure that, you know, that nothing weird has happened in the source program, then this should be fine. But, you know, it's taking a little bit of a risk, but whatever. I think it'll be fine for this example, because the only thing we're supposed to be ignoring here are export, result, and local, all of which get caught by these, and then everything else is just going to get wanged into the function body. Unreachable. Assert, return, invoke, calculate. Okay, well, something's gone wrong then, hasn't it? Test for a historical calculator bug. Well, crap. We might have that historical calculator bug. Oh, no, we don't. It's just that we don't support. Okay, right. I should have been more defensive. This is exactly why I am defensive. in this implementation is because it's so easy for me to forget what I have done and not done. Look, here I had the presence of mind to check like I should just raise in here is what I'm saying, because, or I should say raise unless labels start with, because that's all I know how to deal with. I don't have any support for numeric labels. That's quite useful. So that was my fault for not... What? I don't understand. How can it possibly be getting to that unreachable without going via this? One, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. I don't understand what's going on there. How on earth is that? How on earth is that happening? Oh, shoot. Okay. This is another problem, isn't it? That, again, I was doubly not being sufficiently defensive, because this is being treated as the label and this is being treated as the body. This is not a label. This is an expression. This block is anonymous. It doesn't have a label, and actually that's what this branch is branching to. So I think what we have to do here is be more specific about the label. We have to say, this can be something starting with $1. That's a label. So now we should get a pattern match failure for the block. Yes. Okay. All right. So I was doubly not defensive enough. Okay. So let's say, I mean, now I've got to think about how we're going to deal with... Well, actually, maybe I don't have to think about that. Maybe what I can do is support 0, because that's easy. Actually, it's not really that hard to implement, is it? Because you can throw a value, you've got to specify a tag. I think that you've got to specify a tag, but you can also specify a value. The problem is, how do you differentiate? How do you tell the difference between a catch that has been triggered by a throw and one that hasn't been? Because the body could return any value as well. Anyway, what I was thinking about was that because you can throw the tag, but then you can also provide an object that gets returned from catch. We could actually make it so that if it's a number, then we do some numeric logic. We say like, well, if it's 0, then we are catching it. Otherwise, we decrement it and rethrow it. So it's actually not very difficult to do, but we just don't need it here. So here I'll say, yeah, unfortunately, this supports multiple instructions. Or, you know, in this case, we need to match multiple instructions. So now if I raise here, we should get... I need to get to the bottom of this Vim problem. This is extremely annoying. Right, unhandled exception. So what we're going to do, same deal as this really, except instead of a loop, not. I suppose I can control what this block returns, can't I? I can just stick nil in there or whatever, so I'm not at the mercy of arbitrary things that could come out of it. So maybe that's fine. So I don't have a label. So maybe I'm just going to say, I mean, for now, could I just get away with catching 0? I think I can. Yes, famously, those numbers always have the same object ID. So yeah, I think I'm going to do this right now just as a... Yeah, just as like a... just to make a mess. And then actually this is fine. Turns out I can just unconditionally throw it here. Or conditionally, unconditionally throw it. Invalid break. Ah, yes, good point. Oh, actually, I don't care about this, do I? I don't care. Just go nuts. Yes. It's going to work for this example. Uncaught throw, 0. Yes, okay. Oops. Turns out I do need that. What's it complaining about now? No matching pattern error. I mean, it seems like we got through this. I mean, I haven't I haven't implemented this unreachable instruction, but it seems like probably what this is intended to do is raise an exception anyway, and it does because I don't know how to interpret it. So this is kind of, in a way, already implemented. Okay, well, let's be more conscientious here. So let's say if label starts with $, well, I guess this condition goes around the outside now. Okay. So again, I've done a few things here, haven't I? So I think this was the first thing. So this was support multiple instructions in function bodies. And I suppose this is a single change, which is something like support numeric branch target in BR if and branch label and block. And then I need to say, at the moment, this will only work for the label 0, which breaks, which jumps out of the immediately enclosing block. That's enough to get the current test to pass, but we'll need, well, let's see. Looks like 0 is the only one that makes an appearance in this test. But I think in general we're going to need more. We'll need a more general solution for code that uses numbers other than 0, i.e. jumping out of an outer block or loop. Okay. So how close to the end of the, is this one of these things where if I keep going for another 10 minutes, I'll actually have this working, or is there another month's worth of programming here? So I think the problem here is just that we don't support these multiple, just concatenating these multiple strings together. I'm just scrolling through this. If we get this working, and then we'd have to get load with offset working and store with offset working. can't immediately see anything that's unimplemented here. I mean, there's lots of blocks and loops and branches, so that might provoke weaknesses in our implementation, but this and the offsets in the load and the store are the only real problems I can see. So memory data, I think I'm just going to make this strings. And then I think what we have to do is map parse string and then join them. Why does this say no matching pattern error? I mean, it seemed to get through that. Assert return, invoke name, arguments. Oh, and expected. Simple x4 sum. Takes I, j, and k. So I'm really not sure what assert return is supposed to mean here if it doesn't have a return value. Let's see what, if anything, the interpreter says about that. Assert action has expected results. Okay, I don't know what that means. Maybe it's talking about what the stack contents are when the code is executed. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely syntactically valid to have multiple results there. I don't know how to interpret that. Let's make this a splat so that it can be empty, because I don't really want to. Yeah, let's just say expected dot first. I mean, what does this simple x4 sum? Like, it doesn't appear to return anything meaningful. It just mutates the memory. So I think in this case, I think we can just say in nil, do nothing. Well, I just, that's sort of implied, isn't it? put that at the top. Okay. Yes, okay. Don't know about the offset equals 0. Okay, so we're I think I can feel that we're getting dangerously close to something here. So this is support multiple strings in data segments. I think that's what it's called. And let's say support missing result in assert return or expected value. The documentation for the reference interpreter says that assert return can provide an arbitrary number of expected values or none at all. I'm not sure what multiple results mean. I mean, maybe it's like you're asserting that it returns one of those values. Let's do some terrible code search and see. 142. How do I match not in test? Oh, why am I doing this on GitHub? This is obviously a waste of time. Spec interpreter. Okay. Action ... expected. So this is it takes var args. Okay, so essentially what this is saying is that an action returns multiple results. So it's not that expected is all of the things that are allowed. It's that expressions are actually supposed to return an array of results, and we just haven't implemented that yet. So I'm just going to back away from that. Well, let's say it looks like expressions are able to return multiple values, which should be matched pairwise with the multiple expected values, but we haven't implemented anything that returns multiple values yet, so it's premature to try to get that working. Instead, I've relaxed the pattern match to allow 0 expected values, because we need that for an assert return in flow_exbrs.wast, which invokes a function solely for its side effects. The reason I'm saying strangely there is because you can just invoke. You don't need to assert.
I'm not sure I understand.
Oh, shut up, Siri. We don't need to assert return invoke. So maybe I'll open a pull request to fix that. Say open a PR to replace assert return with invoke. Okay. All right. So offset equals. Now I suppose these are just magical inline numbers. You know, normally this would have to be I32 const or whatever. But bafflingly, you can do this. I suppose this is an indication that this is just something that's supported in the bytecode, that you're just allowed to put like an immediate offset in here rather than having to have an expression that needs to be evaluated, but it's rather odd. Which one's causing the problem? Oh, well, we don't know, but I assume it's the F32 load. Yeah, it's sort of annoying that this shows us the interpreter knows what top level instruction caused this to go wrong, or what top level action caused this to go wrong, but it's not showing us the actual expression whose evaluation is causing the problem. Okay. Oh, of course, we don't actually say F32. That would be horrible. Oh, I see. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. But this is actually, I assume, an offset from whatever this is. But then rather than having to, let's look at those. Memory instructions. Absolutely nothing. They all take a memory immediate memory that contains an address offset and the expected alignment expressed as exponent. The static address offset is added to the dynamic address operand. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is... Like, in addition to dynamic operands from the stack, some instructions also have static immediate arguments, typically indices or type annotations, which are part of the instruction itself. the static address offset. Offset align. What's this INN? Oh, that's like an integer size, FNN. I mean, I think I'm just going to assume that it's the offset. I mean, it says offset equals. So I think, yeah, I think the idea is that this is, at the bytecode level, this is sort of, this offset is baked into the F32 load instruction. And so this is just the serialization of that specific instruction. Well, I suppose that means we're going to have to support some kind of I think I'll call this static offset. And what does it look like? It's like offset equals. Oh, crap. Okay, well, this isn't going to work because we're in this. I was like, why isn't the offset being evaluated here? And the answer is it has been evaluated because we're in this part of the conditional. We're in the deeply nested part of this evaluate function that does in fact pre-evaluate its arguments. So this has already happened, and I think that's the part that's going wrong. So unfortunately, we're going to have to hoist these static offset. We're going to have to hoist these instructions. I mean, I guess all of them are going to have to come out because oh, that's annoying. Okay, well, I suppose they're gonna live at the top here. You know, they're like const. I mean, these are, the problem is these are, well, it's not a problem. Don't think of it as a problem. Think of it as an opportunity. These actually work for I32 and I64. Damn. I wish I was better at Vim. Okay. Oh, except these are store, aren't they? That just goes to show just how good I am at Vim. Okay, so loads and stores. So I'm going to get rid of these ones as well. But we do have to say offset equals evaluate offset locals. And here, value or offset and value is offset value map evaluate. So actually, just take this out for a sec. I think I've, there's a commit there that's sort of hoisting these up out of where they lived before. Oh shit, I don't even have, in this part of the code, I don't even know how many bits the instruction is, so I'm gonna have to yoink this bits thing. Oh, this is all getting a bit grim, isn't it? Okay, well, does that at least... How far do we get? What about float memory? Oh no, okay, that's not good. Oh, that type is not right. It needs to be instruction. Which if I just read that error message would have been completely obvious, but I simply chose not to. Okay. Oh, we don't even have instruction. Okay. I need to tidy up, evaluate, because it's getting pretty unwieldy and there's lots of work that's being redone in lots of places. If this code was just organized a bit better, it wouldn't be a problem. But unfortunately, it isn't organized better. It's organized badly by me. There's no reason why I should have to keep capturing this in a local. Like someone else should be doing that, and likewise with bits. Okay. 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 So, I mean, on the plus side, I've consolidated those. Say move star.load and star.store instructions out of block that automatically evaluates arguments. We need control over argument evaluation in order to support the e.g. offset equals 8. What did they call it? Static address offset, which is part of the load store instruction itself rather than an argument to evaluate. Okay, so now I think think this can go after. I don't think it needs to go before. It's like having a static offset is the special case. Static offset equals well, let's just say underscore comma static offset equals static offset dot split on equals, and then static offset is equal to static offset to I. I don't think I need to mess around with interpreting that as an integer. I think it's just it's not really a WebAssembly integer. It's like notation for a static offset that's baked into the instruction, basically. So I think this number exists in a different universe than actual integers that can be written out in a WebAssembly program, I think. So here, this is offset plus static offset, I believe. No matching pattern error. Let's do some debugging again. Okay. f32.store offset equals 0. Oh, okay. I haven't done it for store, have I? I mean, it's not rocket science, but I forgot about it. So there's going to be more horrendous code duplication here, for which I can only apologize. Instruction static offset value. So okay, let's smush these together correctly. So this is the basics. We get our bits. Yeah, I did that up here. We evaluate the offset. Right, okay, so that we do that after that. Okay. And then this is just offset plus static offset. Okay. What? Expected nil? Got 0. Oh. Okay, all right. Okay. Right. So we do actually need to do something in here, which is have the side effect of saying that the test passed, which I forgot. So we don't need to care about expected. Oh, it's okay. We've already. Yeah, we don't need to care about expected value because it only uses that when it's going to print the error, and we'll never print the error in this case. local.t. All right. Come on, we must be nearly there now. Structure. Variable instructions. Local.t is like local.set, but also returns its argument. Wow. Who knew? I mean, this probably returns its argument, to be honest. What does this actually return? What happens when you call store? It returns the value that was inserted. So I think this does do that. So for now, let's just allow that to... It hasn't caused a problem so far that local.set also returns its argument, so... Okay, now what? xkcd square root 2. Okay, what is going on here? F32 xkcd square root 2. Okay. Okay, so it's the second assertion that's failing. Right. Okay, so something's going wrong inside. When it's trying to decode a float, something bad is happening. Undefined method. Shift right. For nil. Wow. Okay. So what's going on? This is not a workflow that I enjoy. What the heck? Okay. Well, I guess we need to see what's going on in float.rb. Sorry for being such a puts debugger, but it's just my way. Okay, unpacking nil. That's clearly not good. Let's see. Five, 6, 9. Oh yeah, well that's not very insightful. 4, 6, 8. Also not very insightful. I wonder if local.get is working correctly. That's my immediate suspicion. Because I've messed around with parameters. Oh crap. No, look, this is the... Again, this is the problem that I'd already anticipated the existence of, I think. That none of these parameters have got names. And I'm not quite sure why it's causing there to be nils here. But like it's obviously not right. So let's rethink how locals is going to work. And then if this problem's still happening, then I'll investigate further. But I think if I'd actually stopped to look at this code, I would have realized that this is provoking the problem that I'm worried about. So locals can't so these are just parameters, and we do have nameless parameters. But I don't understand how they could have ever been working, because they just get... Maybe there was only one of them or something, but they must just get splattered into the hash. And they all land on top of each other. So anywhere that we say locals is the empty hash, it needs to actually be an empty array, because locals is going to need to be an array, which is annoying. So fortunately, most of the work is done in invoke function. So we don't make it into a hash. We don't make this into a hash, and we just concatenate the arrays. So now this is an array of names and values. This is an array of names and values, so it doesn't matter if the names are nil, because they're just taking up a spot in the array. And then we just have to make sure that locals.get and locals.set. So here, 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 and here need to be able to support that properly. Is it just ASOC? Returns the first element whose first element is equal to the object. Right, so if we've got a name, it's locals.assoc name. But we've got to project out the last. Is there anything better than that? No. I suppose we're just gonna do that. And this, we're gonna slice this. Well, we're gonna do this. And then we're gonna so we're gonna index into this array. I mean, maybe what we should do here is say like name value and then return value, because I think otherwise it's a bit too obscure. So here, if the name starts with $, then we're saying locals assoc name and I think the only way to do we have to use square brackets to set it? Yeah. There's no like slice that lets you do assignment. So I have to say, find the right pair and then set 1 equal to the value. It's not a super convenient interface, is it? But I guess this is just how it works. And then in this case, we're going to do find the index. And then set 1 equal to the value. I think. Oh dear. Okay, what have I done wrong? Okay, and let's reduce the amount of outstanding guff first. So I'm going to fix this up with that. So I don't have to think about that anymore. Oh, is there? What does hash do? Oh, right. Okay, what have I done wrong? Okay, let me take it a step at a time. Okay, where does invoke function get called from? Why isn't this? Okay. So this doesn't take locals as its arguments. So let me try just this to begin with. So if I to hashify this, okay, so that's not good. So what's wrong with this? Oh. Well, in this pretend world, this is still a hash. No, still not right. How can such a small change as this cause it to go wrong? Oh, well, the whole point was to make it compatible. So I'm merely confused. What is going on? Okay, fine. All right. So that bit's okay. So that's only changing it very slightly. Okay. So I guess the problem is in the implementation of it's sorry, local.get, local.set. Well, I'm just going to have to do some bad debugging, aren't I? So i32.west is just completely broken. Undefined method plus for nil class. Okay, so what am I doing wrong? So local get x, local get y. It's just not finding those values. So y1. It's because I've got this, I've still got that stupid slice on the end. Oh, such a silly mistake. Well, I can only apologize. That was extremely, I should have spotted that 20 minutes ago. But I faffed about with the destructuring assignment and I forgot that I'd specifically to remove that slice, and then I forgot to remove it. I'm annoyed at myself for that. Okay. So it was just a silly unforced error on my part. I didn't change anything here, did I? And then here I switched to arrays. Switch to arrays. Nope. Yeah, that's fine. Tempted to use a pattern match there, but that's unnecessary. Oh, that's a different issue. In fact, I should commit that first. Yes. Yes. I've lost track of what order these changes needed to happen in. So we added support for T, added support for the static offsets. I think the static offsets came first. Float explorers. Yes. So add support for static offsets in star.load and star.store instructions. What was this one? Oh yeah. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, and then I think the next thing was T probably, wasn't it? Yes. Implement the local.t instruction. So this, we had this variable instructions. Oh, I think it was in structure, wasn't it? Oops. Okay, I mean, who knows whether that's going to continue working, but it works okay for the moment. Okay, so this is, I think this is just the locals change. Yeah, okay. So now this is support function parameters with no, without, support unnamed function parameters is what I'm trying to say. Because names are optional and parameters and locals, well, and locals can be referred to by index, we can't get away with storing locals in a hash. We have to use an association list instead. I could have sworn that there was a method that gives you the value, but it's really nagging at me, but it doesn't appear to exist, so I think I just hallucinated the existence of that. Okay, float expras. No, fold, promote, demote. Test that demote promote is not folded to X, and aside from nan is bit preserving. Is this failing because we're not correctly preserving? Let's just look at the, I remember when we were implementing these promote and demote, that there was detail here around what's supposed to happen to nans, and because we don't have assertions for them at the moment. Okay, I'm going to try and patch these up, because if this is the only thing stopping these tests from passing, then I want to flip and fix it. So at the moment, we just parse it. We interpret the input as a 32-bit float, and then we re-encode it as a 64-bit float. So this is demote a 64-bit float to 32-bit, and then promote it back to 64-bit. So yeah, okay. What are the rules for nans in promotion and demotion? Because this has got to be where we're going wrong. I mean, let's have a look at this. I can't even remember which way around this goes anymore. Okay. So hold on. We expected this, which is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's a canonical single precision nan. Instead, we got this, which is in fact not a nan. That's infinity. So something's gone wrong there. So it starts off with 7FA where is it? No fold, promote, demote. So this gets promoted 7FA. So this is a non-canonical nan. So what's supposed to happen? if it's a canonical nan, then return a canonical nan. Otherwise, return any arithmetic nan, such that the most significant bit is 1. So, see, I think we're not doing that. I think we're just passing through the payload. So I think maybe the easiest fix for this, because this is saying that promotion and demotion have to preserve canonicalness. Otherwise, they can just non-deterministically return basically any nan. But the best one to return is a canonical one, because that satisfies the criteria of being arithmetic. Yeah. Because the original nan is canonical, I think this is what we've done wrong. Oh, we've just not actively done anything. Because the original nan is canonical, it needs to be promoted into a canonical 64-bit nan. And then when it gets demoted, it should get demoted back into... So the original one is not canonical, though. Oh, but it... It should be promoted into an arithmetic nan, though. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. This is all a bit complicated. But what I'm going to do is... so let's say float equals Weismann float decode. And then let's say case float in Wasminer float nan else float encode. So it's like payload 0. Oh, we need to preserve the sign. Crap. Okay, so we get the float. So case float, if it's a nan, make a new one with an empty payload, which will then get encoded as a canonical nan, because there's a conditional in code that takes care of that. It says if the fraction is 0, then just set the top bit of the fraction, that's a canonical nan. And we want to do the same thing here. Yeah, same deal. I mean, these two methods are basically identical, aren't they? Oh, yes. I'll need to tell you what that is. Ah, yes. Local F64, 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 F64. Okay, so correctly preserve canonical nan when promoting and demoting. So what does it actually say? It doesn't recognize that pattern? Yeah, 183. Oh, that's not helpful. 189. Also not helpful, but yes, it's... Oh, it's treating that as part of the body because of my controversial... It's part of this, right? I'm not sure how we deal with this. What is this? Types? I mean, how do we syntactically differentiate? I guess it's that name is actually, you know, like this. Starts with $1. Otherwise, there's a load of types. And now we just do types.each do function.locals gets a new local. And we don't know. It doesn't have a name. Okay, well, something's not right there, is it? Let's see how far that goes. Immediately. No matching pattern error. Well, that's unexpected. I mean, it seems like I've broken something sooner than that. I think maybe that dollar needs to be escaped. No matching pattern error. What the heck? Assert return. Invoke tau. Oh, look, this is a completely different style of this is a completely different style of function definition. Oh, I'm so close to the end, but I just can't. I can't support this. I mean, it's past my bedtime. Damn. I was really hoping I would get to the end. And I'm so close to the end, but I'm just not ready to deal with something like this. How am I to know where things end and begin? Oh dear. And I mean, this is quite aside from how am I to know where things end and begin. This is assuming the existence of a stack. So even if I did know what the delineation of each of these commands was, or each of these instructions was, there's no stack for them to push their results onto. So this local F64, 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 F64 is the least of my problems. This almost very last example, I mean, let's spec float core test core float expressions. If I just briefly comment out all that tau stuff, that's not even a comment syntax that I support. Okay, well, I didn't do a good job of commenting that out, but I just want to see something succeed after so long. Yes. Okay. Well, that is 99% of a success. So close. All of that stuff is passing. Is just this one Oh, how am I going to do this? I mean, this is going to have to be the next. This is going to have to be next time. I'm going to have to introduce a stack, and I'm going to have to understand the arity of every single command. Okay. Well. Let's add this final bit. Support multiple anonymous locals in function definition. And I don't suppose that we've made anything else work, have we? We haven't made if wast work. No, of course not. That requires us to do something altogether. Oh, I don't support memory 1. No. Okay, never mind. Worth a try. I don't have any. I haven't left any work in progress, have I? No. Okay. Goodness me. Okay, let's have a look on GitHub. This is notionally the payoff. All right. The test's passed. Well. Okay. Well, I feel disappointed, if I'm honest, that I didn't manage to get that last one done. But I hadn't really twigged that was lurking there waiting for me. So it's just a life lesson to not get too excited. I thought every time now this are all going to go green and I'm going to celebrate. And I feel like that gratification has been delayed. But so be it. That's the cliffhanger for next time. I'll make sure you keep tuning back in. Well, that's it. I am going to say goodbye. Oh yes, I have to press the key for that to happen. Why can't I? It's just not working. My computer's just not working. There we go. If I press this button, there we go. Wow, that was a masterful deployment of of OBS. Clearly, I'm ready for bed. I'm ready for the weekend. As always, thank you for watching this. I'm very grateful. I think this was the longest one ever and probably the most tedious one ever. So I hope that if you are watching this, you're using this as some kind of, something to have on in the background while you fall asleep or something. In which case, I hope you sleep well. Yeah, thanks for sticking with this. There'll be more of this next time. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.